216, suspension list. The next amendment is on page 220 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Following amendment to the chair recognizes Mr. Guillen on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment changes the Public Education Funding Transparency Report rider in Article 3. It requires, along with their normal transparency report, that TEA go into detail on the reporting of how recapture payments have been used in this state. Members, I have multiple school districts in my district that pay recapture, and they have concerns about the lack of transparency and how their tax dollars are being used. This report will have TEA go back to 1994 and provide a detailed report in how those funds were dispersed. I do have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Members, this is just a perfecting amendment by the Ledge Council to clarify the language. The amendment is acceptable to the author. To move passage.
The amendment to the amendment is accepted to the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the amendment as amended.
Move passage.
The amendment to the amendment as amended is acceptable to the author. Record vote has been requested. Record vote has been granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? So Ms. Schatzline voting aye. Being 148 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. 221, the suspension list. (223) Article 11. (224) Article 11. 225 suspension list. 226 suspension list. 227 Article 11. 228 Article 11. 229 suspension list. 230 Article 11. 231 suspension list. 232 suspension list. 233 Article 11. 234 Article 11. 235 Article 11. 236 suspension list. 237 suspension list. 238 suspension list. 239 suspension list. 240 withdrawn. $241 Article 11. $242 Article 11. $243 suspension list. $245 suspension list. $246 Article 11. $247 Article 11. $249 suspension list. $250 Article 11. $251 suspension list. $252 suspension list. $253 Article 11. The next amendment is on page 254 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hicklin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses the lack of maternal health care services for rural mothers by allocating over $5 million over the biennium to train more family medicine obstetricians, also known as FMOBs, who are the cornerstone of rural maternal health, providing care before, during, and after pregnancy. This funding will ensure the existing programs expand their capacity while also allowing Texas to establish 5 additional training sites. I ask for your favorable support.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
Gentlelady yields.
Could you just say a little bit more? I heard part of it and
Sure.
what you're doing here.
Sure. This is allocating $5 million over the biennium to train more family medicine obstetricians, also known as FMOBs. It's expanding the programs that already exist and
This
creating
is
more.
excellent. This is
Thank you.
excellent. This is so needed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good
Thank
job.
you. Oh, thank you.
The following amendment to the amendment, clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
I'm doing.
Amendment by Hicklin.
The amendment to the amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to close on her amendment unamended.
I move adoption. I close. Thank you.
Record vote occurs. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Kisman voting aye. Allers vote aye. Hicklin voting aye. Lauterbach voting aye. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 136 ayes and 11 nays, the amendment is adopted. (255) suspension list. (256) suspension list. (257) suspension list. (258) will be moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 259 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment increases fiscal transparency for the Joint Admission Medical Program, which helps economically disadvantaged students attend medical schools. This rider does not add to or delete any funds. It just simply ensures that taxpayer funds actually make it to the students, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote will be granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Kissman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. (260) has been moved to Article 11. (261) Article 11. (262) suspension list. (265) suspension list. The next amendment is on page 268 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hopper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
let me finish this out and I'll
Not
yield
at this
for
time.
questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment to the 89th legislative session budget is to reduce government funding to the University of Texas in Austin. Despite repeated calls by our president, our governor, and our legislature, the University of Texas continues to put out an outsized focus offering degree programs and courses in lesbian, gay, and bisexual, transgender, queer studies, and has continued a pattern of teaching discrimination hidden behind the words diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are also programs that deny the unchangeable biological reality that there are only two sexes, male and female. These programs, and by extension this university, shall not be funded by tax dollars.
Please allow the debate uninterrupted.
I move adoption and request record vote. Hey, I'm sorry, 1 second. Let me take these questions.
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
yields.
Thank you. Representative Hopper, can you clarify what it means when a course does not comply with the biological reality that there are only two sexes?
Yes, Ms. Simmons. So if a course is teaching the student body of a university that gender is somehow fluid, that there is some sort of way to change your gender, then that would violate what we're trying to say here.
So just for clarification before I move on, gender or sexuality, can you clarify what you mean? Because those are not That's
So-
one and the same.
So when you're born and you have a set of chromosomes,
So are you
XX
speaking
are
about
not-
are you speaking about biological sex or are you speaking about gender? Because one is
They're one-
scientific, one is a social construct.
They're
Because I have
one-
a follow-up question
Yeah,
after.
they're one and the same, ma'am.
That's not true. But moving on. Okay, so in the same vein, what about intersex individuals?
I don't even know what that means, ma'am.
So
Could you explain
So-
that? I mean, I would like an explanation. Please explain it.
So, I'll take it really slow. Since the beginning of time, people have been born with either ambiguous genitalia or with or without ovaries, both. And so those people, from a biological standpoint, exist. They're not mythical. It's not something we're making up, which is why I asked you, are you speaking about gender or sexuality? Because again, one is a social construct, one is more scientific based,
So-
and that's why I was asking.
So gender is not a social construct. It's firmly rooted in biological reality.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said gender is not a social
Okay,
construct.
so again, intersex. Do intersex people, what about them? When we were talking about two biological sexes, what are we talking about when we're regarding intersex people?
Yeah, could you explain it one more time? I think we all would like to have an explanation where we can understand it. I think we're quite following.
You are not sure what intersex people are, if they exist or not, but you want to defund a program about something that you don't quite understand. I'm trying. That's why I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah, so the truth that is rooted in our biblical understanding that God set forth from the beginning of creation is that your gender is fixed at birth and you cannot change it.
Again, I want to clarify gender as a social construct or a biological sex. And again, you haven't yet answered my question about where do intersex people fall into that equation?
Yeah, those intersex individuals are still XX or XY, so you can't change that.
Okay. Well, under rule, Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
I'd like to call a point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the amendment under House Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds that this amendment seeks to create general law through an appropriations bill.
Simmons, bring your point of order down.
Will do.
A point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Hopper.
Option.
I got it.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Turner,
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
will the gentleman yield?
I will.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. So if I understand your amendment correctly, you would completely defund the University of Texas at Austin. Do I have that correctly?
You know what? We expect
It's a yes or no, Mr. Hopper, so we have a time limit, so just yes or no.
only in certain circumstances.
I think you misunderstand what your amendment does. I think it completely defunds the University of Texas at Austin. So let me ask you this, Mr. Hopper.
So you are aware that it is not just simply funded by state funding. The University of Texas at Austin has many funding sources. This is one source.
Yes, it is a main funding source. So let me ask you, Mr. Hopper, if the House adopts this amendment and it becomes law, how many fewer mechanical engineers will we have in this state as a result of UT being defunded?
You know,
How many?
Here's the thing. How many people are you willing to indoctrinate at our universities? By the way, are
Mr.
you
Hopper,
aware,
Mr.
are
Hopper?
you aware that the University of Texas at Austin is now offering
Members,
Mr. Hopper?
members, please make sure you're not talking over each other so everybody can hear your debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hopper, I know you are new here, but in this chamber, the questions get asked from this microphone, and you provide the answers at that microphone. That's how this works.
So if I don't
how
provide the
many
answers
fewer
that you want, you can talk over me. Is that what we're
How many
saying?
fewer mechanical engineers will we have in the state of Texas because of your amendment?
It's not relevant, sir.
Oh, I think it's very relevant. Mr. Speaker,
Turner, for what purpose?
How many
I raise a point
Mr.
of,
Turner, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Hopper amendment on the grounds that the amendment does not comply with the Committee on Calendars rule for Senate Bill 1.
Mr. Turner, bring your point of order down. The point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Hopper? Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Hopper Amendment under Rule 8, Section 4.
Bring your point of order down. The point of order is withdrawn and the amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize me for a motion
Mr. Dutton, what is your motion?
that we put all the rest of the amendments into the bill and let's go home?
Mr. Dutton, bring your motion down front.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Sweeter, for what purpose?
would you recognize me for a motion to reduce the lyrics to the eyes of Texas to writing and place them in the journal?
Is there objection to that? Chair, here's objection. 269 has been moved to Article 11. $270 will be moved to Article 11. $271 suspension list. $272 will be moved to Article 11. $274 suspension list. $275 has been withdrawn. $276 suspension list. $277 has been withdrawn. $278 suspension list. $279 suspension list. The next amendment is on page 280 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Money.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money to explain the amendment.
The taxpayer-funded universities of the state of Texas need to be on notice that the Texas House is going to be paying attention to woke ideologies, DEI, LGBT studies, and we want it ended.
Ms. Wiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Money. Are you aware that I represent Texas State University?
I became aware about 1 minute ago. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm glad you're aware now. Are you aware that Texas State University is the home of the Texas School Safety Center?
I am not aware.
Are you aware that the Texas School Safety Center provides essential resources to schools around the state to protect them from threats such as school shootings?
I am not aware.
Is that an institution that you believe should be defunded?
I don't want to defund any Texas university, but I'm tired, like many Republicans, of taxpayer funding going to LGBT studies, DEI, and other things that are harmful to Texans.
Are you aware that Texas State University, in addition to the School Safety Center, is also home to the Texas Forensic Laboratory?
That's fantastic.
Are you aware that that laboratory trains law enforcement officers and search and rescue operators around the state so that they can solve crimes?
I am not aware, and it would be very bad, it sounds like, for a very small percentage of the decision makers of that university creating programs that do not benefit Texas to put at risk all of the good beneficial programs that you're describing.
With all due respect, Representative, I think you're the one putting the funding at risk, not the university. Are you aware that Texas State University is also home to the Alert Center that trains law enforcement officers on how to respond in an active shooting situation?
That sounds important.
Why are you trying to defund essential safety resources for our schools and for law enforcement and for our ability to investigate crimes?
I believe that taxpayers want universities to do all of the things that you are describing that they do and stop doing the things that the taxpayers and voters of Texas do not want them to do, like gender studies, LGBT studies, DEI programs, and focus on the core function of universities, which is training and growing up adults to be members of society that are productive and provide the kind of public safety that you are describing.
Well, Representative Money, I have had the privilege to know many of those students that Texas State is doing an excellent job with. Some of them intern for me right now. Some graduates work in my office, and I've seen that success. So I will be opposing your amendment today and trusting our university leaders to continue doing the great job they've been doing.
Thank you. I withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, members. (281) is in Article 11. (282) suspension. (283) Article 11. (284) suspension. (285) suspension. (286) Article 11. (287) suspension. (288) suspension. (289) suspension. (290) suspension. (291) suspension. (292) suspension. (293) suspension. (294) Article 11. (295) suspension. (296) suspension. Members, we're now in Article 4. (298) Article 11. (299) Article 11. (300) suspension. (301) suspension. Members, we're now in Article 5. .303 withdrawn. .304 withdrawn. .305 Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 306 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Spiller.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me start by saying that I appreciate the work done by Chairman Bonin, the House Budget Writers, the House Appropriations Committee. I also appreciate the work being done by our TDCJ employees and prison guards in what are very often very tough circumstances. But I must stand to offer this amendment so that we can continue to allow efficient, professional, private contractors to continue operating some of the prison and jail facilities in our state. This amendment moves funding in TDCJ Strategy C11, which is security operations, back to Strategy C112, private operations, just as it has been for years and years. Without this amendment, the cost of the state goes up and the cost of this budget goes up, with no improvement in quality or services. My amendment does nothing new. It simply maintains the current system that's worked well for more than a decade. I also believe that under this we can save at least $40 million in the process. Members, private operators are responsible stewards of state resources and inmates. Today is not the private prison world that you may have heard about 30 years ago when private prisons were still a novel idea. Today, private contractors efficiently and professionally operate TDCJ facilities and have done so for many years. On top of that, state law requires that privately operated prison facility contracts deliver at least a 10% savings to the state. Additionally, it's my understanding that these private prison facilities have done an equal or better job of recruiting and retaining
Mr. Speaker,
correctional
Mr. Moody,
officers.
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
As soon as I finish my layout, I'll be happy.
Not at this time.
That they've done a better job of recruiting and retaining correctional officers, even though wages are lower than TDCJ due to lower reimbursement per inmate paid to private operators than those in TDCJ prisons and jails. Of note is that the TDCJ Sunset Report even says that staffing shortfalls and shortages have been made worse by TDCJ's own policies and practices. Members, there is no legislative or budgetary justification for this change. During the Sunset Review of TDCJ last interim, no mention was made of any problems with private operators or of any need or plan to transfer all prison and jail operations to TDCJ. In fact, TDCJ's 2026-27 LAR did not ask for more money to allow TDCJ to take over the operation of prisons and jails currently operated by private contractors. Instead, it specifically asked for only, quote, funding to maintain current operational levels for contracted programs and facilities, unquote. So under this budget, the entire budget, you're looking at adding at least 5,400 new FTE, state employees. Over 1,500 of those would be TDCJ because of the attempt to ban privately operated prison facilities. So in addition to that, you also have to pay not only a higher wage, but also retirement pension benefits, which would be a long-term cost to the state. Members, in addition to maintaining the status quo and operating performance requirements under these facilities, my amendment also effectively doubles the statutory mandated 10% savings by giving 20% and saves in this budget $40 million. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some
Mr.
questions.
Gentleman yield for
Yes, I will.
questions.
Yes, I
Gentleman yields.
You mentioned the LAR that was submitted and that they didn't request any new funds. Did they request to have their funds depleted for this purpose?
I'm not advised of that. I do know, to answer your question, this was not covered, to my understanding, by Sunset or by the House Corrections Offices or anything in that regard.
You would agree with me that data and information and studies are important to inform us on the decisions we make when we're moving money like this. Information matters.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Information matters, data matters, reports
Absolutely.
matter.
Absolutely.
Are you aware that studies and reports have shown over the years, and not just 30 years ago, that private facilities have higher rates of inmate-on-inmate violence and inmate-on-officer violence?
Actually, there was a report in the Dallas Morning News to that effect, but that is incorrect.
There's
As
a
matter of
Justice
fact-
there's a Justice
I'm gonna try
Department.
to answer your question. As a matter of fact, TDCJ has had more inmate suicides, serious incidents, and families murdered by escapees and other people murdered, injured by escaped parolees than privates have for the past 8 years.
Your attempt here is to grow that industry, and what I'm telling you is that studies, including, I'm not talking about the Dallas Morning News, but a Justice Department study just said that those things that I just stated. Are you aware that some private prisons have experienced issues with escapes and riots, furthering safety concerns?
I'm aware of this, that to my knowledge, there have been no problems or incidents in at least the past 2 years with the privately run facilities, the 7 that we have currently. Well, technically there are 8, but 7 that are TDCJ facilities that have been operated in the state of Texas. If that was a problem, I feel that TDCJ would have made that report, would have made that would have been part of the sunset process, that would have been part of the oversight of the House Corrections Committee, which they have, and I think that would be brought forward. It has not been. And
Mr. Spiller.
Frankly, go ahead.
Report after report on private prisons, which you are expanding with this, expanding, growing. The reports that we have seen across the country have raised the concerns on safety that I've already listed, cost effectiveness, potential for exploitation, and just the fundamental fact that we will incentivize incarceration. Do you think we need to be incentivizing incarceration?
I don't think there's any way that this incentivizes incarceration.
Well, when you do this for profit, then you are incentivizing incarceration.
Well-
They make money by having folks incarcerated. We have an agency at the state, do we not,
Well,
that
by
does
that-
this job that has been understaffed, underpaid, and overworked. Why are you not trying to figure out how to focus to improve their facilities, instead taking these dollars to private operators who have repeatedly, in various reports, shown higher incidents of violence, higher incidents of lack of safety, of care of the inmates and the staff in those facilities? When you're working for profit, you know that you're going to cut costs as well. So when you cut costs in those environments, you're going to create more dangerous environments. You would agree with me that that's just the nature of how this works.
Well, I'm not sure which question you want me to answer, but let me take a shot at them in the order that I can recall.
Let me
go ahead and answer.
I'll
Let me answer your
simplify it.
question.
I'll
You've asked me
simplify
multiple questions. Let me answer one of them.
I'll do it one at a time.
Let me try one anyway, and I'll do the best I can. But first of all, I don't think it incentivizes. This is incentivizing incarceration. If that were the case, the state of Texas would be incentivizing incarceration more than private facilities because they're paid more. And the argument is that the truth is that private facilities operate much more efficiently. In fact, over the past 4 years, private facilities operate not at 10% more efficiently, they operate on average 25% more efficiently than the state of Texas. That's why we use private facilities. And as to your other about employees and savings, the vacancy rate, and this was a December 24 study that was completed, the vacancy rate for private facilities is 20%, for the state of Texas is 24%. So again, there's a 25% lower vacancy rate for employees in private facilities. So I dispute what you're saying. These are actually findings rather than just something quoted out of the Dallas Morning News.
I'm not reading from the Dallas Morning News, but you can continue to quote that if you'd like to. These are reports and studies that have been done over the years when it comes to private facilities, because private facilities, which are operating for profit, right? You would agree with me, a business is good. They're going to create, like you said, they're going to create efficiencies, right?
Yeah.
They're going to try to create efficiencies.
Yes.
In incarceration and when you're doing correctional work, when you cut and you create quote unquote efficiencies, that means you will have staffing issues, which you're going to create safety concerns in those facilities. We need to be focusing on shoring up those facilities within TDCJ so that they can do the job they're trained to do, that they do very well if we would have their back. This is taking the rug out from underneath them and sending funds to facilities that you're going to expand that have been ripe for these problems across the country. These are just facts.
Well, I respectfully disagree, and I think that the data in Texas.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Move adoption.
Members, Ms. Spiller sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. Ms. Gonzalez in opposition to the amendment.
Members, this is a very big decision. We're talking about millions of dollars. Dr. Bonin, myself, TDCJ have been in months of meetings. We are moving in this direction because it is better for the state, better for the people working in our prisons, better for the people who are in our prisons, better for our retirement system. There is very real conversations that have happened, and instead, unfortunately, our colleague believes he knows how to run prisons better than Brian Collier, who has been running our prison system and advancing TDCJ. We have seen that we have been moving in this direction for the past few years. We've seen better outcomes when it comes to staffing, when it comes to inmate control, when it comes to all of the things in which we care about that we have funded. This is not a game. These are real lives and real big decisions that we don't make tonight that is going to change dramatically. Dr. Bonin, myself, and teams have worked really hard to build this budget. Don't let someone give you misinformation to make wrong decisions, and that will hurt our TDCJ system. Stand with TDCJ, stand with our people who are working in those prisons, and make sure we don't defund them right now. I overwhelmingly object to this amendment.
Mr. Spiller sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Clerk, please ring the bell. Show Ms. Gonzalez voting no. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Mr. Sasson voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 53 ayes and 93 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Page 307 has been withdrawn. .308 is on the suspension list. .309, Article 11. .311, suspension list. .312, Article 11. .313, Article 11. .314's been moved to Article 11. .316, Article 11. .317, Article 11. .318, suspension list. The next amendment is on page 319 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is simple. DPS would conduct a study on data available to the state and local governments to determine which leaders of religious organizations have been investigated, charged, or convicted of child abuse. This charge gives our law enforcement and prosecutors tools they need to pursue justice and help rid our communities of dangerous and violent abusers, whom folks entrust their children with. Lastly, DPS would provide policy recommendations to Texas's elected leaders so we can unite and take action to end child abuse in Texas's religious organizations. This body, just this week, took a very bold step in defending victims of sexual abuse by passing Trey's Law by Chairman Leach. Members, I know we want to make Texas safer for our kids, and we still have a lot of work to do. So please vote for this amendment, and let's do the right thing for our kids. I move adoption.
No, you say you don't need to say that. I'll raise against this writer because it creates
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order that this creates general law.
Bring your point of order up front. drawn. The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to close on her amendment.
Thank you, members. Move adoption.
The amendment is sent up. It is acceptable by the author. A record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Patton voting aye. Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Queenie voting aye. Ms. Gonzalez voting aye. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Ms. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 42 nays, the amendment is adopted. (321) is moved to 11. The next amendment is on page 322 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. When I went to Uvalde to investigate the Robb Elementary shooting for this House, it was immediately clear what happened was relatively straightforward. Why and how were the much harder questions, and those were the questions that haunted the families there. I know because those were the same questions we'd just been grappling with after the attack in El Paso. But those were also the questions we needed to answer to help prevent that tragedy from happening again somewhere else. In Uvalde, it took thousands of hours of work across an entire team to get a handle on the why and the how. Facts and data are what drove our conclusions. But as I've looked for facts and data about shootings across this state since then, I've been shocked how little we know. No comprehensive report or resource exists, period. Very incomplete data about how guns are misused in Texas means we're reduced to anecdotes and speculation. And that's not a place we should be making policy from. This amendment creates a report by DPS about shootings in Texas. That's it. Members, this isn't a partisan issue. It doesn't serve any agenda beyond learning the truth so that we can understand what we're dealing with. If we're going to talk about what gun policy should be or shouldn't be, we need to know where we're at and what's really going on. None of us should be afraid of facts. We can come to different conclusions about what the data means, but we can't put our heads in the sand. We owe it to the shattered families in Uvalde and El Paso and all across Texas to get those answers. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Moody voting aye. Garcia voting aye. There being 70 ayes and 76 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Members, Article 5 is complete. We are now in Article 6. $324 has been moved to Article 11. $325 suspension list. $326 suspension list. $328 Article 11. $329 Article 11. $330 Article 11. $331 Article 11. $332 Article 11. The next amendment is on page 333 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you. Amendment by Dean.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply provides direction to TCEQ on one particular type of interbasin transfer from the Cypress Basin in our district. Representative Hefner, Representative Van Dever, and myself. It's just a small local issue, doesn't impact any other areas, has zero cost. We'd appreciate your support. Move passage.
Mr. Dean sends out an amendment. It's accepted with the author. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. So Dean voting aye, Wally voting aye, Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. Next amendment is on page 334 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this budget amendment is not requesting any additional funding from the budget, but emphasizes legislation I passed in 2021 to help remediate an environmental impact from the Frisco Exide battery recycling plant, the only battery recycling plant in the state of Texas. Move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Wally voting aye. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Alders voting aye. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. $335 suspension list. The next amendment is on page 336 of your packet. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Members, this amendment simply changes the effective date from September 1st to December 31st.
The amendment to the amendment is sent up. It's accepted to the author. It is adopted. Mr. Romero on the amended amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will lay out the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Holt.
Chair recognizes Ms. Holt to explain her amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple amendment to this amendment by Representative Romero. It merely changes the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which was recently changed by our President, Donald Trump.
Ms. Sweener, for what purpose?
May I will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady yields.
Why?
Because Donald J. Trump, our president, changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That's why. Accuracy.
Thank you, Representative Holt, for perhaps the biggest waste of time this evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Holt sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. It's acceptable. Mr. Romero on the amended amendment to the amendment. Amended amendment. The amendment to the amendment by Ms. Holt is acceptable to the author. It's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amended amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment provides TCEQ the ability to assess the method of intake and discharge of seawater desalination projects on the coast. Move adoption.
The amendment as amended is acceptable to the author. Record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. Clerk will ring the bell. So Wally voting aye. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. There being 96 ayes and 38 nays, the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 338 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to the amendment which is acceptable to the author.
Chair lays out the amendment to the amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lonnie to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment states TCEQ to establish and maintain air quality monitor in Fort Bend County. Thank you. I move for adoption.
The amendment to the amendment is accepted with the author and it is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani on the amended amendment. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Doesn't the TECQ already perform air monitor quality tests in Fort Bend County?
As per my knowledge, TCEQ don't have any air quality monitoring in Fort Bend County.
So there's no air quality monitoring data that we can pull?
To my knowledge, they don't have an air quality monitor in the Fort Bend County.
Doesn't the TEQ have mobile vans that monitor air quality across the state of Texas?
I am not aware of that part, sorry.
Okay. If I brought you data to show that it did, would that help you?
But I know that they don't have air quality monitor in Fort Bend County.
Doesn't Texas also have one of the most robust air monitoring networks in the country with over 200 monitoring stations serving over 25 million Texans statewide?
So, Representative Morgan, I'm a man of science. I believe in learning, curiosity, do more research so we can have more innovation, better quality of life, healthy lifestyle. So I just wanted to make sure that we need to know what are the organic and molecular, chemical pollutants out there, and if we need to improve on how we can improve and have a better quality of life.
But so you didn't answer my question, gentlemen, which says, doesn't Texas already monitor 25 million Texans' air quality with TECQ?
As per,
and have over 200 stations.
So TCEQ doesn't have any air quality monitor in Fort Bend County.
They have over 200 stations that monitor 25 million Texans. Is that correct?
As far as I know, the TCEQ doesn't have any air quality monitor in Fort Bend County.
Okay. And don't we have other regulations from the federal government that helps us make sure that we monitor the Federal Air Quality Act, the Clean Air Act? And
again, I will repeat myself that as far as I know, TCEQ doesn't have any air quality monitor in Fort Bend County.
Okay. What's that? Don't we already have issues in Fort Bend County with, we've had multiple issues with the local government entity in Fort Bend County, isn't that correct? And isn't it better to let the state of Texas do this through the TECQ in places that we already have this set?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
I said we have issues with our local government county. Isn't it better to allow the state agency that monitors 25 million Texans for air quality already to continue to monitor that?
Thank you very much for bringing that point. That's exactly what the amendment does.
So we already have the information we need. We don't need more information.
Well, we always need to be innovative and curious to learn. Don't you want to improve your life? Why people are wearing Apple Watch and needs to know how many steps they do. They know already how to run, and doing exercise improves. More information, more research, more data will make you better quality of life, will bring you more innovation so you can have better healthy lifestyle and quality. With Fort Bend County increasing in population, increasing growth, economic opportunities that are coming up, I think we need to make sure that we have better quality of life. That's why I'm asking from my medical point of view that we need to have data monitoring so we can improve on it.
So Fort Bend County is one of the best countries in America, and in my mind, and probably your mind as well, it's the best in Texas. So I'm here fighting for people in Fort Bend County, the people of Fort Bend County and the businesses in Fort Bend County, and no one's reached out and asked for this additional information. We have already spent enough money at the state level. We don't need to spend more money on this nonsense. I'd rather return the money to our taxpayers and put it back into their pockets.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Representative Morgan. I think it's very much making sense. and and I agree. I think we both are on the same side of the table. We both agree that Fort Bend is the best county to live, but I also want to continue that Fort Bend County remains to be the best county to live. So we need to make sure that we have more knowledge. Thank you.
That's right.
Dr. Lonnie sends up an amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Wally voting aye. Dr. Lonnie voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting nay. Alders voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes and 73 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Page 339. Verification has been requested. Verification has been granted. Members, please take your seats for a verification. Well, Mr. Tinville, had you been here, we would not be. We will proceed to call the names of those members voting nay.
Alders.
Members, please take your seats so we can go through with the verification.
Ashby. Barry. Bell of Montgomery. Buckley. Bumgarner. Kane. Capriglione. Cook. Craddock. Curry. Darby. Dean. Dean.
Is Mr. Dean on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
De Ayala. D'Orazio. Frank. Gates. Gerties. Harless. Harris. Harris Davila. Harrison. Hayes. Hefner. Hickland. Holt. Hopper. Hull. Isaac. Kerwin, King, Kitzman, LaHood, Landgraf, Leach, Leo Wilson, Little, Lopez of Cameron, Louderback, Lowe, Lozano, Lujan, Luther, McLaughlin, McQueenie, Metcalf, Meyer, Money, Morgan, Noble, Olcott, Oliverson, Patterson, Paul, Phelan, Phelan,
Mr. Phelan on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Pearson, Richardson, Schatzline, Schofield, Schoolcraft, Shaheen, Schaffner, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Swanson, Tepper, Toth, Van Dever, Basut, Burdell, Wharton, Wilson.
Clerk will now call the roll of the members voting aye.
Allen, Anchia, Bella Kaufman, Bernal, Bojani, Bonin, Bowers, Bryant, Busey, Button, Campos, Canales, Canales,
Mr. Canales on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Collier, Cortez, Cunningham, A. Davis of Dallas, Y. Davis of Dallas, Dutton, Dyson, Fairley, Flores, Gomez, Garcia of Bear, Garcia of Dallas, Garcia Hernandez, Guerin,
Mr. Guerin on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Gervin Hawkins, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Goodwin, Guerra, Guillen. Hernandez. Hernandez.
Ms. Hernandez on the floor of the House. Timberlake, strike her name.
Hinojosa. Howard. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Lalani. Lambert. Longoria. Lopez of Bear. Manuel. Martinez. Martinez Fisher. Meza. Moody. Morales of Harris. Morales of Maverick. Morales Shaw. Munoz. Ordaz. Orr. Perez of Harris. Perez of El Paso. Plisa. Raymond. Reynolds. Rodriguez Ramos. Romero. Rose. Rosenthal. Simmons. Tallarico. Thompson. Troxclair. Turner. Villalobos. Vo. Wale. Ward Johnson. Wu. Zwiener.
Is Mr. Dean on the floor of the House? Show him as present. Speaker Field on the floor of the House? Show him as present. Mr. Canales on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Guerin on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Ms. Hernandez on the floor of the House? Strike her name. The following members have informed the chair their machines malfunction. Representatives Phelan, Curry voted aye, but were shown voting nay. Show them voting aye. The following members were present in the chamber, but their machines failed to register. Show Representative Tinderholt voting nay. Members, the verification reflects 72 ayes and 72 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Please excuse Mr. Canales and Mr. Hernandez because of important business on motion of Mr. Martinez Fisher. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. 339 is on the suspension list. .341 suspension list. .343 suspension list. .344 will be moved to Article 11. .345 will be moved to Article 11. Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important business on motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order on SB1, Department of Public Safety, Rider 13, page Roman 5-57 under House Rule 8, Section 4, on the grounds that the rider creates general law.
Mr. Moody, bring your point of order down front. Mr. Moody raises a point of order against further consideration of Rider 13, page V57, of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules and the grounds the rider changes general law and appropriations bill. Department of Public Safety Rider 13 prohibits DPS from expending appropriation funds for polygraph testing of commissioned DPS officers unless requested by the officer. Under Section 411.00741 Government Code, however, it is the agency that has the discretion to require a commissioned officer to submit to polygraph examination. Instead of permissibly detailing or restricting the expenditure of appropriated funds, the rider would negate the discretion given to the DPS under general law and permit appropriated funds to be spent on terms different than those expressed in the general law. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained, and the chair is directs Rider 13 on page V57 to be stricken from the bill. We got a bunch more here. I'll start. Page 346 will be moved to Article 11.
Page 347 was moved to Article 11. Page 348 is on the suspension list. Page 349 is on the suspension list. Page 350 is on the suspension list. Page 351 is moved to Article 11. Will be moved to Article 11. Page 352 is on the suspension list. Page 353 will be moved to Article 11. Page 354 is on the suspension list. Page 355 is on the suspension list. Page 356 will be moved to Article, was moved to Article 11. Page 357 was moved to Article 11. Page 358, suspension list. Page 359 will be moved to the suspension list. Page 361 was moved to Article 11. So Mr. Raymond on the floor of the House. The next amendment is on page 362 of your packet. Page 362 of your packet will be moved to Article 11. Page 363 is on the suspension list. Page 364 was moved to Article 11. Page 365 is on the suspension list. Page 366 is on the suspension list. Page 367 was moved to Article 11. Page 369 is on the suspension list. Page 370 is on the suspension list. Page 371 was moved to Article 11. Page 372 was moved to Article 11. Page 373 was moved to Article 11. Page 374 was moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 375. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the amendment.
Yeah, this amendment to the amendment decreases the amount of funding. Sorry, members, it's late. I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank to explain the amendment to the amendment.
This amendment decreases the amount of funding in the original amendment from $2.5 million a year to $1 million a year and changes the source of funding. It is obviously acceptable to the author. Since it's me, I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adopting of the amendment to the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the amendment as amended.
Thank you. This amendment as amended gives an additional money to the AG's office that would be used specifically to further enforce antitrust violations within the Texas healthcare system. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes, 7 nays, the amendment is adopted. Page 376 was moved to Article 11. Page 377 was moved to Article 11. Page 378 was moved to Article 11. Page 379 was moved to Article 11. Page 380 was moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 381 has been withdrawn. Page 383 was moved to Article 11. Page 384 is on the suspension list. Page 385 is on the suspension list. Page 386 was moved to Article 11. Page 387 will be moved to Article 11. Page 389 was moved to Article 11. Page 391 is on the suspension list. Page 393 was moved to Article 11. Page 394 was moved to Article 11. Page 395 was moved to Article 11. Page 396 was moved to Article 11. Page 397 was moved to Article 11. Page 398 was moved to Article 11. Page 399 was moved to Article 11. Page 401 is on the suspension list. Page 402 was moved to the article to Article 11. Page 403 has been withdrawn. Page 404 is on the suspension list. Page 405 was moved to Article 11. Page 406 will be moved to Article 11. Page 407 was moved to Article 11. Page 408 is on the suspension list. Page 420. Page 409 will be moved to Article 11. Page 410 was moved to Article 11. Page 411 is on the suspension list. Page 412 was moved to Article 11. Page 413 was moved to Article 11. Page 414 is on the suspension list. Page 415 is on the suspension list. Members, we're now on Article 8. Page 417 will be moved to Article 11. Page 418 was moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 420 of your packet. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just simply a cleanup amendment that we had for an FQHC pilot amendment that we adopted in Article 2, and I move adoption.
Mr. Oliverson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 5 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Turner on the floor of the House. The next amendment is on page 421 of your packet. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you're like me, you have heard from your constituents about the high cost of homeowners insurance and how homeowners insurance is increasingly unaffordable. But we also have a problem, and our constituents have a problem with claims being denied. Many of our constituents have received a notice informing them of non-renewal of coverage or decline when trying to buy insurance. Sometimes people are declined or not renewed based on a good reason, but many times no reason is given. They're being dropped or denied without any clear explanation, and right now there's no comprehensive public reporting in our state as to why. And in fact, the State Affairs Committee under Chairman Hunter in the last interim, we had an extensive hearing on the subject of homeowners insurance and claims being denied across the state of Texas. So as legislators, we have no fact-based data right now from the Department of Insurance for the reasons why and where insurance companies decide to decline coverage or drop customers, even though the issue of rising insurance costs for homeowners and businesses is at the forefront of our agenda here nearly every day. And so this amendment simply requires the Department of Insurance to put together data on how many people are being denied and addresses the lack of information by requiring the agency to publish a report on a quarterly basis with information about the reasons for cancellation of insurance, decline, or non-renewal, along with the zip codes about where this is happening. So you can see if your district is affected more than others. And so we're all receiving complaints about insurance costs and coverage, and this information is needed on our part to make informed decisions about insurance requirements and oversight here in the state of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe this amendment is acceptable. I move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting nay. Show Mr. Wilson voting nay. Have all voted? There being 94 ayes, 50 nays, the amendment is adopted. Page 422 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 423. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to just lay this out.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Luther, for what purpose? For
I
what
call a
purpose?
point of order under Rule 8, Section 4, on the basis that the proposed amendment changes general law.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Oops, you all right? Ms. Luther raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment 49, under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules on the grounds the rider changes general law in an appropriations bill. The Wu Amendment merely expresses the aspirational goal that the Employee Retirement System of Texas issue a 13th check to retirees in each year of the biennium and authorizes but does not require the use of appropriated funds for that purpose. The amendment does not interfere with general laws governing the calculation of benefits or alter the amortization of unfunded actuarial liabilities. At best, the ERS board has appropriated funds available to it if and when it determines it may issue a 13th check. At worst, the appropriated funds lapse at the end of the biennium and would be available for appropriations by the next legislature. The fate of these funds rests solely with the board, as is required by general law. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Mr. Wu, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to pull this down after just 2 seconds. Let me just say my piece. The main reason we have this amendment up here is because while everyone is dealing with the hardships that are going on right now, our state employees have not only received little compensation increases, but our state retired employees, the people in the ERS system, have been left with a retirement that is completely inadequate for the times. And what we have asked for repeatedly is that the ERS system receive a COLA increase, and if not that, at least a 13th check so that they can have a little bit of extra help along the way. These are our state employees. These are our staff members. These are the people who serve the people of the great state of Texas, and they deserve a retirement that they were fully promised. Because we all know that government jobs don't pay that great, but the trade-off is you're supposed to have a decent retirement. And I just want us to be able to live up to that promise. Thank you very much. And I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. The amendment is withdrawn. .425 has been moved to Article 11. 426 has been moved to Article 11. 428 on suspension list. 429 will be moved to Article 11. 430 will be moved to Article 11. Mr. Perez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order on Rider 41D of the TEA agency's bill on the basis that my point is a violation of House Rule 8, Section 4, which prohibits changes to general law in an appropriation bill.
Bring your point down. Members, Mr. Kane for an announcement.
Mike, there it is. Hello. Members, while they're working out a deal, guys, I just thought it was really important. It's burning on my heart to let y'all know that my wife's birthday is today. Yeah. And, you know, she turned, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to say it. But anyways, happy birthday, Burgundy. We love you. I know that the members of this body love you more than me. She's up there, just sing it. I don't know. Just pretend she's there. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Mr. Perez raises a point of order against further consideration of Rider 41, beginning on page 3-21 of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules on the grounds that the rider changes general law and an appropriations bill. Texas Education Agency Rider 41 requires the Education Commissioner to issue a request for proposals for state-developed open resource instructional materials. Under Section 31.071, the Commissioner has discretion as to how these materials are acquired for public school use, and state development is but one of the several the Commissioner may use. Instead of permissibly detailing or restricting the expenditure of appropriated funds, the rider impermissibly negates the Commissioner's general law discretion. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained, and the Chair directs Rider 41, beginning on page 3-21, be stricken from the bill.
Page 431 has been moved to Article 11. Page 432 has been moved to Article 11. Page 433 has been moved to Article 11. Page 434 is on the suspension list. Page 435 is on the suspension list. Members, we're moving to Article 9. Page 437 is on the suspension list. Is Mr. Bryant on the floor of the House? The next amendment is on page 438. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. The amendment has been withdrawn. Page 439 has been moved to Article 11. Page 440 is on the suspension list. Page 441 is on the suspension list. Page 442 is on the suspension list. Page 443 is on the suspension list. Page 444 is on the suspension list. Page 445 is on the suspension list. Page 447 is on the suspension list. Page 448 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 449. Page 449 has been withdrawn. Page 450 is on the suspension list. Page 451 is on the suspension list. Page 452 has been moved to Article 11. Page 453 has been withdrawn. Page 454 is on the suspension list. Page 455 is on the suspension list. Members, we're moving to Article 10. Page 457 is on the suspension list. The next amendment is on page 458. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
The chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Millions of Texas families deserve transparent and accountable public school oversight. The TEA and its commissioner, Mike Morath, make decisions that affect millions of children and billions in funding, but are rarely held to account. There has not been a TEA sunset review since 2015. Mike Morath was due for reappointment and Senate confirmation in 2023. His term expired over 2 years ago, but is serving under the holdover provision and hasn't been through the nomination process since 2019. Why has TEA staff increased by almost 50% since 2016 when Mr. Morath was named commissioner? Why has the TEA administrative cost ballooned nearly 25% over the past decade when our schools are being underfunded and closing? Why has the TEA botched Mike Miles' Houston ISD takeover and overlooked his illegal transfer of public funds to Colorado charters? Why has the TEA allowed charter school superintendents to make almost $900,000 annually, abusing unreported bonus payments, as ProPublica recently discovered? Texas parents want answers. Working Texans deserve to know that the billions they contribute in taxes are used transparently to strengthen, not undermine public education. This is about protecting public dollars, restoring public trust, and upholding our responsibility to the people we serve. By mandating a clear public audit, we take a stand against backroom deals and a privatization agenda in favor of reformed government that serves Texas families. I urge you to support this amendment and bring much-needed transparency to the TEA because our parents want answers. Thank you. I will now yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderholt, for
will
what
the
purpose?
representative yield for questions?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield.
The lady yields.
We going to fight again?
Depends, brother. Game
So-
on.
So it's over $90 billion, I believe, for TEA, right?
Right.
And when we spend that kind of money, and we've got over $300 billion, and they're increasing their staff by that amount, I would agree. I think that TEA does need to have an audit. I think TEA needs to be looked at when we're spending that many tax dollars. And so I wanted to come back here and tell you the opposite of what I told you earlier tonight. I'm going to support this amendment because it's simple. We should be
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
auditing TEA, and any agency that gets this large amount of money, Democrats and Republicans should agree with this, because we need TEA to be the most efficient, most effective organization in the state to affect change for our children and for the future of our state. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting nay. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 37 nays, the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 459. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Texans deserve to know where the, as it stands, we spent $11 billion on Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star, and I urge you to support this amendment and stand for fiscal responsibility, transparency, and to finally deliver government efficiency. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting nay. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting nay. Show Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting nay. Show Mr. Curry voting nay. Have all voted? There being 158 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Page 462 is on the suspension list. Is Ms. Harris Davila on the floor of the House? The next amendment is on page 463 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris Davila.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is supposed to be in Article 11, but mine was a unique drafting. So this gives money to support TCEQ, and I'd appreciate your vote, move passage, and it's acceptable to the author. Thank
Ms.
you,
Harris
members.
Davila sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Show Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. Page 464 is on the suspension list. Page 465 is withdrawn. Page 466 is withdrawn. Page 467 is withdrawn. Page 468 is withdrawn. Page 469 is withdrawn. The following motion in writing, the clerk will read the motion.
SB1, motion for en bloc adoption of amendments and placement in Article 11. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of the calendar rule for SB1, I move that amendments on the attached list of the pre-filed amendments be adopted and placed in Article 11, and that the procedures outlined in Section 5 of the calendar rule be followed by the journal clerk in processing the amendments and votes recorded by members for placement in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against SB1? The chair recognizes Mr. Olcott to speak against the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to support this bill. I truly do. There's probably no member in this Texas House that's worked harder to put together a bill than Dr. Bonin. He's been working tirelessly over the last 6 months to put this bill together, and I want to support it. But I can tell you that with $24 billion surplus and only $3.5 billion in newly legislated money for property tax relief, another $3 billion in appropriated money, for a total of $6.5 billion in newly appropriated money. Out of a $24 billion surplus, I cannot go back in good conscience to my constituents and tell them that out of $24 billion in surplus money that belongs to them, I can only come back and support a budget that only is going to return $6.5 billion in that. And so, because I've knocked on more than 10,000 doors in my district over the last 3 years, And other than the border, property taxes comes up over and over and over again. I'm blessed to where I can afford to pay my property taxes, but I meet so many people that are struggling every year to make that annual payment. And I know this is a hard decision for me to make. I know that it's probably not very popular in this chamber. Once again, I want to say I can't tell you how much I appreciate Dr. Bonin, but I cannot go back to my district and say that with a $24 billion surplus, this is as much property tax relief we can do. So I urge you to vote against this budget. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harrison in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the most liberal, bloated, reckless budget in the history of Texas. This budget was written by Democrats for Democrats in secret, in clear violation of the House rules because, well, this is the Texas House and that's what we do. At a time when Texans are being taxed out of their homes and are demanding less government and lower taxes, this budget does the opposite. It grows government at a rate that would make D.C. Democrats blush. And in fact, this budget represents a staggering 42% increase in state funds since just the 22-23 budget. This budget funds DEI at such a high level that it might make the state of Texas the biggest funder of DEI in America. It funds contracts that are awarded on the basis of race. It increases funding for government entities that promote transgender ideology, including our public schools and our universities. This gives tax dollars to liberal Hollywood. It spends billions of dollars on corporate welfare for rich, woke, multinational firms while shifting the property tax burden to small businesses, entrepreneurs, and individuals. And instead of returning it, it sets on fire the $24 billion surplus of over-collected taxes that we have already stolen from our citizens. While President Trump is firing thousands of bureaucrats and slimming down federal agencies, this budget explodes the number of bureaucrats and expands all of our state agencies. But perhaps what is worse is what this budget does not do. This budget does not put our state on a path to eliminate property taxes. If I'm honest, it really doesn't provide any serious property tax relief whatsoever. $3.5 billion out of a $24 billion surplus is insulting to the Texans who are being taxed out of their homes so that this government can fund liberal pet projects. In fact, Texans' property tax bills are very likely to increase if we pass this train wreck. To make matters worse, this budget was written in complete lawlessness, without input from the public, in secret, in black and white violation of the House rules. Members, we must return to the principles of small government that made Texas great, not abandon them. As government grows, liberty decreases and taxes increase. We should be prioritizing liberty and Texas exceptionalism, but unfortunately, this budget grows government and represents the worst of California-style redistributive socialism. I do not believe that any real fiscal conservative can possibly support this budget. So here's the bottom line. If you support high property taxes, taxpayer-funded DEI and transgender ideology, corporate welfare, big government, big spending, big regulations, more bureaucrats, and less freedom, then feel free. Vote for this liberal monstrosity. But if you support less government, lower property taxes, and more freedom and liberty, unite with not just me, but unite with we, the people, the voters, the freedom-loving patriots that we work for, the citizens of the great state of Texas, and vote hell no.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There is one thing I agree with what Representative Harrison just said, and that is there is something incredibly liberal in this bill, and it is the blank check for the voucher that is in this bill. In Rider 78, it lists $1 billion for a taxpayer-funded voucher to go to pay for the private school tuition, probably of mostly kids already in private school, as is in the fiscal note connected to this bill. But in addition to that, it says, an amount to be determined by the Legislative Budget Board shall be transferred to the Comptroller of Public Accounts as part of that rider. That is a blank check for taxpayer-funded vouchers. And let's be clear, No one really believes we are fully funding schools with this budget. We are not. We are nowhere close to fully funding schools. Just to reach 2019 spending for our neighborhood public schools, we would need to increase per student funding by $1,340. That would be a total of $18 billion. That's just to deal with the inflation that's happened since 2019. The amount of money we've got in this bill is only about $8 billion, a full $10 billion short of what we need just to deal with inflation. I'm not talking about national average, which would be another $4,000 per student. We're nowhere near average nationally when it comes to per student funding. This bill does more harm than good, I believe, when you take the whole, the blank check for the voucher and the insufficient money for our public schools, and that's why I will be voting no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant in opposition.
Members, I don't agree with anything Mr. Harrison said. My views are completely different. And I don't agree with what he said about Dr. Bonin. He worked hard on this bill. I don't agree with Dr. Bonin on very many things, but I certainly don't agree with Mr. Harrison's characterization of him. I'm opposed to this bill because this bill is the first vote for vouchers. $1 billion of our tax dollars to be spent on folks that the Legislative Budget Board says 2/3 of whom are already sending their kids to private schools. It's completely unjustified, and it's a dagger to the heart of our public school system, and we should not vote for it. We should insist that our Appropriations Committee go back to work and bring a bill back to us that doesn't divide our House on this issue. $6.5 billion for the border. How long are we going to continue this? $11 billion has been spent already. Governor Abbott says he's trying to ask for a refund from the federal government. Now Governor Abbott's friend is in the White House, but there's no refund in the mailbox. And we're going to add another $6.5 billion to something that is a federal responsibility? Surely not, when we have so many other needs. No increase in pay for our state employees, no increase in their retirement system for our state employees, the people that work for us. We're the board of directors and they work for us. That's not in the bill at the present time. And finally, to add insult to injury, this bill renames the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. I know some of you like it. I saw those robots come up here and say, our president did it. We must do it also. I reject that. And I don't want to vote for that. And I don't want to see any Democrats voting for that either. They named it the Gulf of Mexico in the 15th century. Don't we have any self-respect, for goodness sakes? You don't rename something without asking your neighbors and without showing some deference to everybody else. And I'm not going to vote for a bill that has that in there. Democrats, I urge you to vote no. Deep-thinking Republicans, I hope you'll join us and vote no as well.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard in support of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm sorry I wasn't going to talk, and I'm tired. I'm falling asleep, but just a couple of things. First off, I do want to respond to the fact that we have this so-called $24 billion surplus. We do not. We have carried forward a cash balance of $24 billion because we didn't spend $5 billion on public education that we had in the appropriations bill. We also have about close to $8 billion in GR dedicated funds that are there for one purpose and one purpose only, but we didn't appropriate them and use them instead, in the past anyway, to balance the budget. Those are funds that need to be spent on that one purpose, dedicated funds. If we spent it on something else, we would have to pay it back, so that would be debt. We also, I can't remember the numbers, about $6.8 billion, I think it was, that we used federal funds to pay operational costs for TDCJ. That's not money that is there anymore. Those federal funds are gone. We have to use state funds to pay it. That is an ongoing expense. There is not a pot of $24 billion money sitting there for us to do something with, and we've got to be honest about that discussion. And let me just say, too, in terms of the so-called increase that we've had in our budget, if you look at what the Legislative Budget Board put out in regard to our budget, total all articles increased 1.3%. 1.3% from last budget. The GR funds, yes, they did increase 7.7%, but guess what? Federal funds decreased 7.7%. We are not having some runaway, I forgot I was in charge as a Democrat, liberal Democrat, but we are not having some runaway budget here. This is in my opinion, a conservative budget. This is a budget that is not spending anywhere near what we need to spend on things, but at the same time, I am very proud of some of the things that are in here, and I'm going to mention just a couple of them because I really appreciate the work that was done on appropriations, and particularly on Article 2 with Chair Orr and how she worked with us on this. Let me just give you a couple of examples of why I think there's some good things in here, and I'm not willing to just throw them away because I don't like everything that's in here. We increased the funding for women's health, which is obviously, as the chair of the Women's Health Caucus, I pay a lot of attention to that. We put $386 million for improvements to Medicaid access and eligibility determinations. We allotted $240 million for new mental health beds in state hospitals and community facilities. There's a bunch more here. I will say some of the things that I'm extremely happy about. We increased the wages for our community care attendants. We did that some last session. We increased the base from like $811 to $1060. Well, you can still go down to Buc-ee's and make a lot more than that. We were very proud of ourselves for what we did. Nowhere near what it needs to be, but this time we actually put more in. Personal care attendants from $1060 to $1428, still not enough, but it's a lot better, and $17.50 for IDD workers who work with our very fragile people here. We also did something that I really am excited about. If I could find the notes here to remember what it was exactly to tell you, but the fact is that we have wait lists. We call them interest lists. All these waiver programs that we have vulnerable Texans who've been waiting to get these programs, and we have come back session after session with wait lists. Well, we in this budget actually put some money in there to ensure that we will be able to cover the folks that are on those wait lists. It's an incredible thing to me that we're doing that. This is the first time since I've been here, and I've been here a long time, that we've been able to do something like that. So I won't go into any more of it. I only want to say that there are a lot, and that's just Article 2. There are a lot of good things in this budget. I don't like a lot of things in this budget. I wish there was more things in this budget, but this is not some runaway liberal budget. It is a very fiscally responsible budget. It covers a lot of good things, and I am going to be supporting this budget and appreciate all the work that went into by the people that are on the Appropriations Committee, so thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill. Chair recognizes Ms. Trosclair in favor of the bill.
Thank you all for your patience and attendance today. You know, just like everything we have before us, we have to weigh the good and the bad. There's a lot of good in this bill. There are some things that I don't agree with, but overall, 15% of this budget is dedicated to property tax relief. This budget is $16 billion below the limit of general revenue spending. We are pouring money into public education. We are ensuring that our border is secure, adding $6.5 billion to secure the border. We're investing in health and human services. We're investing in our infrastructure and our energy. and ensuring that we are prepared for disasters, all while doing it well within our means. Unlike the federal government, the Texas House of Representatives always adopts a budget that is within our means. We adopt a budget that is below the increase of population plus inflation. We adopt a budget that doesn't put us into debt. We adopt a budget that only spends money that we have. We have a growing state, and yeah, our budget is going to be bigger than it was last time because we have a lot of more people in Texas. And the reason that they're coming to Texas is because we are delivering on the basic government services that they depend on, while also ensuring that we have low taxes, that we have a reasonable regulatory environment, that we make Texas a great place to work, to raise a family, that we allow people the freedom to live in prosperity and live the American dream. And so this is an important vote in front of us today because we are stewards of so many residents of the great state of Texas that I am so proud to call home. I look forward to ensuring that our priorities are met through the duration of this legislative session, and I hope you will join me in voting for this fiscally responsible budget that delivers significant property tax savings to Texans. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I really appreciate the time that you guys have spent today in the thoughtful debate and the fact that we're able to come together as a body and have different ideas and opinions and perspectives, and to spend over 15 hours in meaningful dialogue is a really great sign that the process is working. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield for questions?
Mr. Hopp, for what purpose?
Would the chairman yield for questions?
Mr. Chairman, yield.
Happy to yield for questions.
He yields.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You voted for Vice Chair Gonzalez' amendment that defends the Texas lottery. I just want to make sure that this is your position and that you're committed to the vote the Texas House took that the Texas lottery should be defunded. Is this correct?
We will determine in our negotiations with the Senate how that turns out.
Chairman, you also voted to defund the Texas Enterprise Fund, which many see as crony capitalism.
You said to fund or defund?
To defund.
Defund.
Yes, sir. The budget before us zeroed out that fund. Is it your position that this fund should be eliminated?
Again, we're going to see what happens as we go forward in the process.
And Chairman, you voted for Vice Chair Gonzalez' amendment that defunds the Texas Commission on the Arts. I just want to make sure that this is your position and that you are committed that the vote that the House took that defunded the Commission on the Arts is the position of this body. How do you feel about that?
I think that we're going to go forward and get with our colleagues from the Senate and come back to the body for a vote on a conference committee report.
And thank you for saying that. And when you go and meet with your colleagues in the Senate, what are you going to tell them? That they should be defunded, or how are you going to approach that?
I think I'm going to listen to what they have to say and all the other pieces of the negotiation that come into play, and we'll come up with a work product that I think everybody can support or should be able to support.
I appreciate that. And just a couple questions more. Chairman, some reporters have claimed that the purpose of the Gonzalez amendment was to kill amendments that would have provided increased funding to the Attorney General's office. How do you feel about that?
I'm not going to comment on reporters' speculation.
And one final question. Do you support or oppose increased appropriations to the Attorney General Paxton's office?
I support what we have done in this budget. It is not the final product. This is one step on the process. And again, we're going to continue to work on a multitude of items, and there's not one singular item in the Attorney General's office. There are many items still left to be determined.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB1. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Ms. Gonzalez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 26 nays, SB1 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 500. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 500 by Bonin, relating to making supplemental appropriations and reductions in appropriations and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding appropriations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 500 is the supplemental appropriations bill which closes out the current biennium for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. As you are aware, Senate Bill 1 is the General Appropriations Act, and it's largely developed based on projections to populations within our primary budget drivers such as public education and health care. The following session will use updated data and also account for any unforeseen costs or changes that happen during the interim and true those up through a supplemental budget. Additionally, House Bill 500 also makes several one-time investments to support our priorities, including water infrastructure, disaster response, public safety, and debt reduction. I'm going to share just a few highlights with you. There's $2.5 billion contingent on legislation passing for water infrastructure, $380 million to the Foundation School Fund due to updated student population projections, $1 billion to ERS for a one-time legacy payment to amortize the system's unfunded actuarial liabilities and reduce the long-term costs by nearly $3 billion. $350 million to the Texas Department of Transportation that is contingent on legislation to address local rail grade crossings, $400 million to the Water Development Board for flood mitigation projects, $315 million to the Texas Division of Emergency Management for capital construction costs associated with regional emergency management operations facilities, $394 million to the Texas A&M Forest Service Agency to increase the state's firefighting capabilities and purchase wildfire suppression aircraft, $100 million for volunteer fire department assistance for the Rural Volunteer Fire Department Assistance Program, $89.5 million to the Higher Education Coordinating Board to fund what was a higher than anticipated outcome from our community college funding strategy that was created in House Bill 8 last session, and then $100 million to the Railroad Commission for additional well plugging capacity. These are just a few of the highlights. I know it's been a long day, and I will just now ask that we proceed.
The following motion in writing, the clerk will read the motion.
HB 500, motion to suspend rules, adoption of amendments on Speaker's desk. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the attached list of pre-filed amendments remaining on the Speaker's desk that have not been withdrawn by the amendment author or adopted in block for placement in Article 9A, I move to suspend all necessary rules and to adopt all the proposed amendments in a single motion, place the text of the amendments in the specified articles or Article 9A as indicated, require the journal to reflect the article or articles into which the text of each amendment will be placed, direct the journal clerk to distribute to the members the list of each amendment and article placement included in this motion as soon as possible, and permit members to record a vote in the journal on individual amendments included in this motion by filing a statement with the journal clerk no later than 5 p.m. on Thursday, April 17th, with the understanding that the recording of a vote on an amendment included in this motion does not affect the adoption of the amendment or inclusion of the text of the amendment in the specified article or articles.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's almost 3 o'clock, after 2 o'clock now, and we've been debating the budget for almost 15 hours. Just about everything in the amendments that are to be considered for this bill, we've already had plenty of time to consider, so that's why I believe it would be appropriate to sweep these into 9A and save them for discussion in conference.
It's money for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Harris, there's only, it appears 20 amendments remaining on the supplemental. Have you spoken with the authors as you did previously on the first sweep to see if they are willing to move those?
No, sir, I have not.
We have been here for a long time, as you've just said. There are some of these that probably nobody, that the author would not mind moving, but there's at least one that I think that the author is very concerned about and would like to hear, and a lot of the people in the chamber here today would like to hear. And I would like to know if if in your motion you would be willing to, well, either withdraw your motion and allow people to work through it, and withdraw if they would like, or at least pull out Mr. Hopper's motion to make sure that Ken Paxton gets his back pay, and at least just pull that out so that we can vote on that separately.
I appreciate your question, Mr. Money, but at this time, I'm not willing to amend the motion and would move to adopt the motion as written.
Okay, but is the motion amendable?
I don't know. That would be a question for the
I'm
parliamentarians.
sorry, Parliament. Okay.
It's money for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is this an amendable motion?
It is not.
Okay. Thank you. So, just for clarity, if we vote for this motion, we would be voting to sweep all of these into Article 11, and we would not be able to vote on them today.
Article 9A.
I'm sorry, Article 9A, and we would not be able to vote on them tonight.
Not individually. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
The question occurs in the adoption of the motion. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Jones voting aye, Smalley voting aye, Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 29 nays, the motion prevails. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill?
Mr. Speaker,
Talk for what
can we
purpose?
reduce all of the comments over the last 10 or 15 minutes to the journal?
All on the motion?
On the motions that have been considered over the last
On this last motion, you'd like all those reduced to writing and placed in the journal? On House Bill 500?
On House Bill 500.
All right. You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so made. Dr. Bonin to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on the passage of engrossment of House Bill 500. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Joe Wally voting aye. Gonzalez voting aye. Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 22 nays, House Bill 500 is passed to engrossment. Members, it is the intent of the chair to recognize Dr. Bonin to suspend the rules to take up the bill tonight on third reading, both bills. The following motion, writing, the clerk will read the motion.
SB1, motion to suspend 3-day rule. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the constitutional and House rules requiring bills to be read on 3 several days and to place SB1 on its third reading and final passage.
Members, this is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? So Mr. Little voting nay. All members voted. There being 128 ayes and 15 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading SB1. The clerk will read the bill.
No, sorry.
SB1 by Bonin, the General Appropriations Bill.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 1, which we just previously passed on second reading. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? You're none to close.
I close.
Question occurs on final passage of SB1. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 26 nays, Senate Bill 1 is finally passed subject to Article 3, Section 49A, Texas Constitution.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Member, for what purpose?
I ask that the questions that Mr. Hopper asked at the end of the closing of SB1 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following motion in writing, clerk will read the motion in writing.
HB 500, motion to suspend 3-day rule. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the constitutional and House rules requiring bills to be read on 3 several days and to place HB 500 on its third reading and final passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 16 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 500. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 500 by Bonin, relating to making supplemental appropriations and reductions in appropriations and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding appropriations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I do think it is really important that we acknowledge that the work on the budget and on the supplemental would not be possible without a number of people. And sometimes you'll hear people say this, but having been through this process a number of times now, I cannot tell you that this is impossible to do without a really amazing team of people that are fully dedicated and spend countless hours on this. I want to thank the leadership of our subcommittee chairs and the members of the Appropriations Committee who've spent so many hours working on this budget. I really appreciate their efforts. I appreciate Vice Chair Gonzalez, who's been instrumental in getting us to this point, Chair Kitzman, Chair Wally, and Chair Orr, and the guidance they provided during this process. But maybe most importantly, you guys all know that we would not be here without our families. We would not be able to serve without their support. And my wife happens to be with us this evening here on the floor. So 34, almost 35 years, she's stood by me doing all kind of crazy things, like being a member of the Texas House. My Chief of Staff, Bridget Harton, and I'm just going to tell you, with all the staff I mentioned, especially Bridget, if you want me to remember something or to do something, just like you guys, please tell the staff. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to keep up with. The committee, you should know the staff is here for all of us. And if you guys have any questions about fiscal policy or the budget, and I know some of you have asked them this evening, feel free to do that. Cameron Koch is our committee director. We have, yeah. analyst and really jack of all trades, John Montgomery, Sydney Surza, Elizabeth Lucina, and Casey Florin, our appropriations analysts. The Speaker's staff, Andrew Blifford, who maybe knows more about the budget than anyone alive, and also Sally Bentley. And then finally, the LBV are critical partners in this, the entire staff, and particularly Jerry McGinty and Aaron Henriksen. Thank you guys for all the work that you have done. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 500. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the Speaker voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 22 nays, House Bill 500 is finally passed, subject to Article 3, Section 49A, Texas Constitution. I do want to take a moment to thank Dr. Bonin, the subcommittee chairs, the entire Appropriations Committee for their tireless work, their countless hours hearing from the public and everyone and coming up with a very wonderful budget. I also want to thank the entire body of this chamber for engaging in a respectful debate tonight and for being here until the wee hours to pass what I think is a very great budget. Thank you, members. Thank you, Appropriations Committee. The Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any messages, bring them down front. Dr. Bonin moves the House adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.